Okay, morning everybody, or afternoon, wherever you're listening from. May the 4th be with you. Happy Star Wars Day. And it's time to paint a fun Star Wars piece today. Let me just check and make sure the stream is working. Okay, good. And let's pull up the chat so that I can see all your fun comments as we banter back and forth. Okay, today I'm doing a piece from the Clone Wars, the animated series. As today, actually, Disney's airing their last episode of this show. Let me actually lower this a little bit. As you can see, I'm still barely setting up. That should be good. I might even move this closer as I work on Ahsoka and her face and stuff. Okay. And I'm going to put on some Star Wars tunes in my own headphones here, since I can't play audio on the stream because it gets muted by Twitch specifically. So maybe we'll figure out different ways to do that where I can actually play music. Okay. So as you see, I got a piece started. I did this yesterday. It's Ahsoka Tano and Darth Maul sort of silhouetted behind her. This was kind of a battle that was coming up, sort of anticipated for quite a long time. And we got to see it recently. I even watched a little making of where they had the motion capture. Ray, what's his name? Ray, the guy who did Darth Maul in episode 1, came back to do Darth Maul again, which is pretty fun. And they had a gal do Ahsoka, who could actually fight with 2 blades. It was pretty cool. Okay. So I've got my sketch here. I've also got several images of Ahsoka just so I know what she looks like. And it's funny, I always say doing a celebrity likeness is always one of the hardest things to do because there's a lot less room for error. It doesn't have to just look like a person, it has to look like this specific person. So it's challenging. Okay, so I've got most of the painting locked in here. Honestly, the biggest challenge is going to be Ahsoka. She has the most detail. Darth Maul is going to be mostly a silhouette. So if I can nail Ahsoka's likeness, then this painting will be in the bag, as they say. Does anyone actually say that? I don't know. Maybe just me, just right now. Yeah, I've got a couple cool pictures of her face that I like, and just to get her coloring and her uniform or whatever, I want to make sure that's accurate. She's a pretty symmetrical person. No weird idiosyncrasies on either side that I got to worry about. Yeah, just pulling a couple more images of her face so I can really nail that. I'll probably spend as much time on her face as I will the rest of her figures. That really has to work. And she's going to be lit from one side by, I'm pretty sure, I'm going going to say a cool light. I really want her to stand out versus Darth Maul is going to be very red in the background. So she's going to be mostly blue, I would say. So that she really stands out. Because it's not supposed to be like Darth Maul is like standing behind her. You know, it's supposed to be more conceptual, like they're facing off, but this way we can kind of look at both of them at the same time, if that makes sense. So it's like, conceptually he's there facing off, but it's not like he's standing there. So I really wanted her to be more blue so that she really stands out against his redness. Okay. Got a few images that I like. Allegra, Pi Duva. Oh, Pi, how's it going? Here's one of my models who is modeled for me. That was fun. Okay, and she's like orange. Not Pi. Not my friend who was the model, but Ahsoka is kind of orange. Okay, let's see what I can do here. So this is the part of the painting, everyone calls it the main event or the wow factor or whatever. It's like, this is when it goes from random abstract blobs to actually looking like characters. I mean, it looks like figures and stuff now, but I can add details and it'll really read a lot better. Over the next few hours. Maybe a little more blue. I'm going to maybe just start carving out where her face is supposed to be. These little side tentacle things really come up right next to her face. Brandon, Susan, Kristen, thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, sometimes as an artist, you got to figure out weird things like that. Like, how do I conceptually make something look right when visually I know it's not actually going to happen like that? Let's see, here's going to be her chin is going to be, of course, illuminated by her own lightsaber. She's got a pretty narrow chin. This comes in a little bit, and then let's do sort of a mild center line so I know what I'm doing here. Considering turning her head a little bit from what I had in my concept. Maybe I can push that up a little. See, this underpainting is dry, so I can push the paint around on it all I want. Yeah, let's do this. Might turn her head just a tiny bit. Take this in a little. And or make it a little taller. See, this early construction stuff is really crucial. Because once I start rendering, it's really hard to change anything. If she's leaning over a little bit, so her chin would be a little more lined up with her shoulder, that's fine. She has this sort of headdress thing on. Okay. Let's find her eye line. It's going to be a little lower and a little more tilted. Construction line. Let's bring this out a little bit. This means come in a little bit. Yeah, I love working over a dry underpainting because I can do this kind of stuff. I can push and pull. Her nose, let's say, is going to be there. And it's going to be lit from underneath by her lightsaber, let's say. Yeah, this is a tough angle because I'm getting lighting from this side and underneath at the same time. And she's kind of pissed, of course. In my concept sketch, I didn't make her pissed enough. I think I needed to make her more angry. Let's bring this down a little bit. Let's go ahead and carve in the top of this thing. You see it a little bit here. Kind of comes around the side of her face. You guys are looking at it from quite an extreme angle. Let me move this. I'm trying to have you guys see the whole painting, but I'm really just working on her face for right now. So that might be a little better. There we go. Yeah, and I'm always looking at my feed also to see what it looks like on your guys' end to make sure it looks accurate. Because you see it differently when you look at it through something like that. Kind of like looking at it in a mirror, which I do often as well. Now she's got very dark colored lips, but they are also usually the top lip is a great downward plane to me, one of the major darks of the face, but not this time. It's somehow going to be dark yet still lit, and she has some pretty full lips. I'm just blocking in here. Carve in on a little bit. It's a lot like sculpting. You can push things around. And she has markings on her face, which all these things just add to my difficulty. And she's not a typical human color. She's orange. Kind of orangish, brownish, something. Maybe I can start carving in some of her orange quality, but it's tinged with some blue. So how do I do that? I can always sort of think of the local color and then add a little of this other color quality. This thing she's wearing, this headdress thing, really covers a lot of the side of her face, actually. It comes very close. And here's this thing. This might even come a little further. Like it's almost being smushed up against her face a little bit. Her little tentacle thing. Anyone know what those are called? I never know what to call them exactly. Alright, now the line art's not going to stay. Just there for placement. Let's assume we're going to go a little darker on this. I can always tinge it a little color if I need. We're going to see the underplane of her eye. It's going to get lighter down toward her chin. Maybe we'll see a little bit of this color right as her nose plane turns upward. Where is that thing? It's there. Make sure I don't lose her center line in my brain. I can paint over it, but I just have to make sure I don't lose track of where it is. Let's do, just so I can see it. It's sort of this white eyebrow thing that she's got, this marking. And she's got it raised there because she's upset. Or she's, you know, concentrating or whatever she's doing. Oh yeah, there's some links to buy. This original will be available as well as prints you can pre-order at ChristopherClarkArt.com. Let's say this light color I can mix with this. There we go. I can make that sort of blue. Now there's going to be a nice underplane there underneath her lips, which means this might be at more typical, the orange, and then here's more of the. Oh yeah, and there's a 25% off right now on all my artwork. So check out ChristopherClarkArt.com if you want to see some cool artwork and save 25%. It's the COVID special right now. Just trying to help people out and buying some cool artwork. She's got pretty soft cheeks. She's kind of got chiseled features, yet they're still kind of. I might do a little bit of a plane there. Maybe right there. And I want this thing to be kind of side lit. sort of lit from either side, with a core shadow in the middle. And then it'll probably be kind of dark inside her eye socket. We'll still put a little green in there just to her nose will be lit a little lighter though. Shoot, I just lost my light orange brush. Let's assume this is going to be a dark plane for her nose. Well, let's do another lighter brush then. This kind of thing, you need several brushes going on. Sort of your range of colors. Here's my lighter orange. Let's see, because these planes on the side of her nose are going to be lit. There's this plane and this plane, and we might see a little bit of that one. See, this thing is really round, and it's like gonna almost cast a shadow on her face. So I don't want to really do too much light coming out of there. Maybe we'll see just a little bit. Maybe we'll see a little bit here. Yeah, because this pulls back a little bit. I really want to show this core shadow in the middle. Yeah, we might see a little bit of this underplane of the eye lit. Just like that one. I have to say this paint is pretty thin right now because I'm not 100% sure about anything yet. That's what one of my teachers always told me. I said, how do you know how much paint to use? And he said, well, that depends on how sure you are. I'm like, that's a freaking great point. Maybe we'll see a little bit of that. I feel like we need a little more here. Too much eye there. Bring that eye in just a little bit. And her eyes are a little squinty right now just because it's not an eye. Hi, Krisha. How's it going? Thanks for watching. I also need to stand back and make sure I'm not making her face too small, which I'm looking at it now. This is important. I can't do this. I can't render her face for an hour and then have it be the wrong size face. Might be a little too small. So good thing I'm catching that now, because that's really important. Let's expand this a little bit. Just gotta bring it out, up. Definitely done that before. As you do more paintings, you start to catch yourself doing the same things. And then you can sort of see it coming. cheek there. I can push this out a little more. Let's move these eyes out a little bit, just to make them a little bigger. They're sort of just dark placeholders right now. But all you do is fill in a little couple values in there, and suddenly it looks like an eyeball. I'll raise these up just a hair. Push this out a little further. Yeah, this is all just to expand the face a little bit before I render it too much and realize it's the wrong size. And even this, her like lighter colored eyebrows need to get darker in the middle to reflect that same core shadow. And then let's go a little lighter again for this part. It kind of curves around. Let's also take this out a little more. This is how you do a portrait. Sometimes you just slowly carve it all into place, and it starts to take shape. Ashley, thanks for watching. How's it going? And then her mouth is going to be a little bigger also. There we go. Yeah, that was good. I caught that when I did. And again, I just know my tendencies. I know better than just to keep painting without paying attention to that kind of stuff, because it's happened before. Nothing like spending an hour or hours rendering something and have it be just the total wrong size or something, you know. Rendering is the easy, fun part. It's the drawing that's the difficult part every time. Drawing meaning the construction. Let's say I can put a nice bright. There's a plane right there. Let's do a little brighter plane underneath there. Her nose goes up on the wings. You're slowly starting to take shape of a face and have the planes be lit properly. I could come out a little more on this plane here. You know, when you talk about planes of the face, talk about, I show this guy once in a while. Talk about this kind of stuff. You need to study this. As an artist, this is like super crucial. Understanding all these planes. This guy, and I've got this guy. This is a more simplified version. So yeah, I've got these. You can get these. They're available at planesofthehead.com. Super helpful. You know, if you're studying portraiture, you got to do all that kind of study. Super crucial. to help me imagine this kind of stuff. Okay, I'm just looking to make sure I've got everything spaced right. Let me stand back and look. Yeah, it's tough. She's orange, but she's lit by a lot of green light. This might be more of the local color here. These planes that aren't necessarily lit by any of this light. And the feed always makes it a lot brighter than it actually is. The painting's a bit darker, but this thing white balances and adjusts the exposure. I don't know if they make little webcams that do like manual white balance properly like that. I don't know if they do that. And more manual adjustments. I guess I could stream from an SLR camera. I've got one. I haven't tried to check and see if it streams like that. Guess I could. She definitely has a double lid. She's got pretty big eyes. I feel like this one needs to come down a little bit. What's their spacing? It's all these like standard things you look for in an eye. They're definitely angled up. Just a tad. She's got this sort of squint. The anger squint, you know. Patrick, bonjour mon ami. Je suis ravi que tu as me trouvé. Maintenant, tu es le seule personne qui je peux pratiquer mon français. Parce que je ne connais personne qui habite ici que je puisse pratiquer avec français. C'est très difficile. Maintenant, mon seul pratique est de lire mes livres de Harry Potter. Je peux lire très bien, mais je ne peux pas parler. Je parle comme un vache espagnol. Jason, thank you. Christine, may the 4th be with you, right? YouTube. This is an original piece. This is from Star Wars, of course. It's from the Clone Wars animated series. Just looking at construction here, making sure I got it all constructed right. I could probably go a little bit bigger on this eye. These little, when it's a small face like this, these little millimeters, you know, really make a difference. They make all the difference. So I have to really nail it. Otherwise, it's garbage. This could come a little lower for her eyebrows. They sort of meet in the middle because she's really pissed, apparently. Let's go a little darker here. Your details are so impressive. Well, thank you. I pick the places that I want it to be detailed, and I really work on those. The rest of it, I deliberately try to not to be detailed, because I think it's more interesting that way. Let's say this nose will be a little more of the actual orange color. Whew. How's that looking? Still don't love. Just feel like this eye is still a little too big. And this eyebrow could come in a little more. Maybe a little more of this local color orange here. Maybe a little more of this side plane light. I'm looking at the feet, it looks pretty good. How do you get the faces so perfectly without pencil lining them first? Well, I did draw this character several times in several different poses before I started this, before I did this, you know, painting. So I had a lot of practice. Let's bring this thing in. Here's this sort of headdress thing. I mean, part of it is just practice drawing faces. I know how to draw a face. How to draw her face, you know, is a very specific person. But, you know, I do know how to draw faces, so that's helpful. You know, sometimes when you're doing a face, you don't always pencil line it in. It's more like thinking about plane changes and proportions and things. You think about a face like this, not about pencil lines, but about plane changes. So that's why I'm not doing pencil first. And that's why I'm not just like outlining and filling in shapes, because that's not what this is about. Okay, I think I like that. This could probably come in a little more. This socket. I've got a skull somewhere around here too. Here he is. So I think about this guy all the time too. You know, art is a lot of science, and it's a lot of technique and conceptual stuff like that that people don't always think about. The idea of penciling something in and filling in the lines is completely not how I paint. And just because of my background as a traditional fine artist. doing, portraiture and landscaping and figures, and it's a very different approach than, let's say, like a comic illustrator would do. I definitely don't consider myself like doing line art as part of my thing. She has markings on her face here too that will help get her likeness as well. Let's move this over. It's funny, when you're doing digital work, when you're doing a portrait like this, you can use the liquify tool, and you can sort of smush and push things around. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm pushing things here and there, just lining it all up right so that it's constructed well. And then when I like it, I can add more detail. It's easy to do that now when it's still just loosely planed in. But as soon as I start adding more detail, it's really hard to push things around like that. I would say there's probably a little more of this orange down here. Let's push this nose up a little bit, because this is an upturned plane underneath, above her lip. But then we're going to see a little bit of this more light. So this is all dry. I can put my hand on here if I need to. I can post with my finger. It's great. Done plenty of live painting with live models in totally oil. But when I do studio paintings, I have been tending to like to do an acrylic underpainting first. Because it lets me do really great textures and things underneath. Let them dry. And then I can do oil on top of that, which is exactly what I'm doing here now. I feel like this needs to come over a little more. Her nose isn't lined up perfectly straight. If I can push this over a little bit. And there's the side planes here and here. And I can see a little bit of this one over here. Maybe a little more into this eye. I think I just made it too wide, and I keep bringing it in. Yeah, that's helping. And there's this side plane right next to the temple. Let's see, Christine's talking. You can do landscapes and distance characters. I mean, you can do whatever you need to do to make it work right. If you got to make lines and fill them in, that's how you do it. When I'm doing pencil sketching, I do a similar sort of thing. But as you get more into it, you start thinking less about lines and more about planes. And I think that's got to be something you guys start thinking about. Buy one of these. Go to planesofthehead.com. Buy this one and buy this one. And start thinking about plane changes. Light them differently. Just put them on a, they have a tripod mount. You can put them on a tripod, a standard tripod thing. And put them on a tripod, move them around, and light them differently. Turn them, practice your plane change idea thinking instead of just lines. I think that'll help you quite a bit. Let's go out here more with this. This could help. And then this as well. Where's my... I don't really have a lighter green brush. I kind of going back and forth. I need a little more brow ridge there. Maybe a little lower on this one too. Hope you guys aren't getting bored watching me poke away at this face, and it's changing like ever so minutely as you're watching. But that's how it goes. Okay, that's a little too low now. I gotta... You're welcome. Yeah, and I think oil paints are great to do this kind of stuff because I can manipulate it for quite a while. Okay, I'm not doing any of the other details until I really nail the construction. I haven't detailed her eyes, her lips, her little markings. Because it's pointless if I'm just going to have to redo it again. I think maybe her lips could... They're really full on both sides. She's got this super mega pouty thing when she's pissed. Like the corners come way down here. And she doesn't have much of a philtrum here. The pillars of the mouth, as they call them, are not very prominent on her at all. But her mouth is really close to her nose. In fact, I think I need to make her nose a little longer. Nostrils curving in just a little bit. This little light under the ball of her nose there. And this is by far the most detailed and careful I'm going to be. As I get to bigger pieces, I can be a lot more loose and gestural. Let's, this thing needs to be nice and straight. Let's kind of carve that in. And it's also this sort of bluish greenish something. A little lighter, a little more green. It's too light. It's okay. Because this is my core shadow. Maybe I should have been a little darker. I just want to construct this nicely. In a lot of different images I've seen this headdress thing as a different shape. It's kind of hard to tell. I might just invent part of it because I really don't know what shape it should be because I haven't really seen a consistent reference of it yet. It will also be lit by this side. Let's do a sort of lighter version of this color. But it's going to get this shadow from this, her little tentacle thingy. Here I might see a little more. Francis, it's so satisfying to watch you. Awesome. Well, thank you for watching. And that's why we started doing this, was because we knew people were going to be stuck at home wanting to escape, so to speak. And we couldn't travel to shows anymore. So I'm like, well, how are we still going to reach people and bring them great art? What are we going to do? Like, oh, well, we can start live streaming. Fair enough. So I had set up all these cameras. And, kind of give up my own private painting time, because painting is like my own personal sort of thing. And now that I'm inviting everyone into my home and I have to talk and sort of narrate what I'm doing and answer questions and stuff, it makes it a lot more difficult to do what I'm doing. But I do it because I want to still connect with my audience and, give you guys a chance to see some cool art happen while you're all stuck at home and while we can't come to you. So we're virtually coming to you, but it's very difficult doing what I'm doing, so I'm glad you guys appreciate it. There's a little notch taken out of this thing in the middle. Maybe it's not so tall. It's a little shorter. Peter, how's it going, man? Happy May the 4th as well. How you hanging in there? Not working at Disney at the moment. It's got to be a rough transition, right? Okay. I think I'm ready to detail a little bit of her face now. Her lips are kind of darkish, purplish, brownish, something. The plane down there. Let's say. And her top lip is pretty substantial. Just trying to get through. Yeah, no kidding, right? Look at me. I'm the monkey on camera. Ooh, performing. Look at me. Yay, art. That's what I'm doing to try to get by, It's tough. Okay, and then as it's turning, it's going to get a little sort of this lighter, little pink, little green. As it faces this. Her lips aren't shiny. It's not like she's wearing a lipstick. Let's do this a little lower. I'm not going to put like a glossy gleam on it or anything. That would look weird. Now here the underplane is lit more because of this lightsaber right in her face. Sharing your art with your circle of friends. Awesome, man. I'm pretty sure my stuff is also hanging there in Disneyland, wherever they sell artwork. My Star Wars stuff is there. This one might be the next one. Who knows? So anyone who goes to Disneyland, you can check out my work there. Okay. Yeah, she's got some pretty full lips. I hope I don't make her look too old here. Her face is not as round. I know this is before Rebels, so she's got a few years to still look like a teenager. So I don't want to make her look too old here. Okay, let's see if I can start doing something about her eyes. She's looking at us. That's always really challenging. She's looking at us. Why don't you put a little bit of indication of that white part. What is the white part of the eye called besides the white part? Does anyone actually know? Yeah, it's the iris and the pupil and the cornea and the lens and all that other shit. But the white part. Suppose I could look it up on the internet if I wasn't in the middle of painting. Okay, that suddenly reveals that this is constructed strangely. Could bring this down a little bit more. Could bring this in. Oh, this is so delicate. Got my dark here. Her eyes are dark. Her eyes are kind of blue anyway, so it's okay if this is... So you do a sort of a... Eyes are usually much darker than you think, even someone who's got bright eyes. They're much darker, typically, than you'd expect. I guess let me try to give her a little bit of a... She has eyelashes. When does she have time to put on mascara? Before she goes and fights Darth Maul, I guess that's what... Hang on, let me make myself up first. Okay, she's looking at us. I gotta step back and look at this. I haven't done that in a while. Just to stretch a little bit. Even though I'm not feeling it yet, I still have to stand up and stretch before I do start feeling it. Just looking. It's called the sclera. Oh, thanks, Shannon. Did you look that up, or did you have to know? Or did you happen to just know it? The sclera. Hi, my name is Sclera. Sounds like some terrible seductress name. Maybe I could... This eye's a little close. They're not too far apart. What is it that I don't like about this one? Need to figure that out. Could be a little bigger and a little more toward the center. A little bigger here. And this one could be a little more out. She does have pretty big eyes. I like the caricature sort of stylization they give these characters in this show. It's pretty fun. Even like Mace Windu is like kind of a caricature of Samuel L. Jackson. You know, it's kind of fun. I like it. I think it was better than trying to make realistic looking versions of the characters. They kind of made caricature versions, which is makes it look less weird, I think, you know. I think it would have looked weird if they had tried to make them perfectly accurate likeness with the actors, you know. They kind of do look like the actors, but in a sort of caricaturized version, which I think saves it. How do I go about getting a license? You need to talk to my agent about that one. That's something that I thankfully don't deal with. Just my agent. It's difficult, for sure. What don't I like about this? Could bring this over a little bit more now. She still has to be looking at us, which is a challenge. Here's some a little more darker value. Could help define things a little better. Dark and a dark there, and how about one there? You know, and I'm being super nitpicky about this. Maybe the average person wouldn't notice, but that's kind of what my job is, to notice those things. I could bring this up a little bit and give a little more squinty quality to it. Grr, she's really pissed. No, that's a little too pissed. I don't want to look furious. Maybe sort of concentrating, you know. She's not raging. And this might help also. Could do a little more lighter value here, where she's going to get some light from those side planes. She has kind of medium color bluish green eyes. Matt, how's it going? Happy Star Wars Day, man. Glad you could make it. We might see a little bit of that light. She's got pretty big pupils. Yeah, we're not going to see much because the middle of her face is in a core shadow here. And maybe I could pull this in a little bit too. Sometimes you just poke the paint on there to get it in the right spot. And now I can, if I like where it's placed, I can put a nice highlight. I don't necessarily want to do a highlight down on the bottom. That might just look odd. If I put one there, might be close enough. And now her eyes look so much more lifelike. Okay, I do like this now. Good. Whew. This is always the kind of stressful part about doing a face, is like, can I nail this with all these people watching me? Painting's fun when the painting's going well. It's really fun. When a painting's not doing well, it sucks to have people watching you. Here's some more markings on her face. These need to be pretty symmetrical. She has sort of these diamond-shaped things that are up here. This will help make it look more like her too. It's funny when you're doing a person's face. I used to do caricatures for people too. And you're doing stuff, and you know you're working on their face like, God, why doesn't it look like them? Everything is in the right place, but like you haven't put their glasses on yet. Oh, you put the glasses on. Oh, now it looks like them. Or you haven't put, like, they have a couple of freckles or very distinctive moles, and you put those on. Oh, now I get it. Now, you know, it's those little things make such a huge difference for getting a likeness down. See, I'm gonna do her markings. She has like these sort of, I don't know, lightning bolt shaped things, whatever they are. Comes to like there, it kind of follows her cheekbone. You don't see much of this one. So yeah, I didn't put these on until now because it would be a waste to try to figure that out and have them be in the wrong place, or have to fix the drawing some other way. Let's do a little more, a little brighter on this side plane here. Do that here too. Now, for this mark on this side, I can see the whole thing, so I really got to get this right. Curves down, starts about here. Kind of does this little swoopy thing around her mouth. And it's like this shape. This is the kind of thing where Lucasfilm could come back and say, no, that's not shaped exactly right. Could you fix that, please? It's hard because every angle I've got of her and every picture of her, it looks slightly different. So I'm just kind of winging it. That's it for her markings, right? Yeah, and then when I do her little tentacle-y thingies. Now I do admit I tilted her head a little more. So I need to adjust both of those. Otherwise, that's fine. Her little pointy things on top with plane changes there and there. Plane changes. It's the thing you got to think about the most. It's hard to tell how much those would come down. But it would be more definitely on this side. Their head is tilted and turned away that way. So yes, I can adjust things as I need. I would like to say this might get a little red glow from back here. So I won't put too much in there yet. She has sort of these yellow things. These little, whatever these are. So in there, make it a little more yellow because it's getting some light. And sort of a darker one. This one you can't see because it's behind her head. But that one you can. Lisa, so excited to add this piece to my collection. Awesome. I'm excited for you to have it. I hope it comes out well enough to you know, be worthy of your awesome collection. So far, it's not bad. It's pretty good. All right, one more quick thing. I'm just going to stand up and stretch. She definitely does have eyelashes. She's got a couple like actual poking out here. So we don't confuse, and we all know she's a girl. She has eyelashes, just so we all know that. Not a ton, not a lot, but just a little bit. On any close-ups they ever show of her, she definitely has them. So, oh yeah, you can pre-order the piece, Lisa. I forgot, and it's 25% off. Okay, a couple little sort of detail thingies on this headdress thing. Easy little indications there. Alright, that's not bad. Alright, let's take a look. Here, I'll show you guys the face. So there's the face as it stands now. So that's after about, what, an hour or so? Hour and 15 minutes of rendering for a little tiny face like that? That's not bad. The smaller they are, the harder they are to do, honestly, because you have less room for error. So, and you can see all the cool texture I've got going on. Cool textury stuff that I'm going to try to maintain as I do the rest of the painting. There's Darth. So yeah, so that's nicely rendered. Okay, time for a quick stretch. Okay, let me move around for a few minutes. Hello. Ooh. How's the gardening going? Good. Yeah. Can't forget to stretch. It's goodness. Yep. Okay, we're back. Where am I at? I'm listening to the Star Wars soundtracks. I think I just started with episode 1, and it's going through a playlist. So I think I just started on first song of episode 2. So that's what we're at right now. This entire time, I painted to the soundtrack of episode 1. Now we're working our way through. Okay, let's do her tentacle thingies. Hi, Christine. Thanks for watching. I can use some bigger brushes now. Slightly bigger. Those other ones were a size 0. These are a size 2. Not much bigger, but still a little bit. Okay, so I just got to figure out what colors everything's going to be based on their sort of planes that they got going on. I'll lift this up a little bit. Oh, my medium is dripping down. There we go. Little palette maintenance. Put a little more medium here if I need it. Stay put. Bigger brushes. Doesn't really have much marks on the top here. We're going to say that's in shadow. She's a couple poking out a little bit on the sides. I gotta fill in that line. Hi, Claudine. Un peu de vent et repos. I'm jealous. So, well, thanks for watching, guys. Good to see you guys a few months ago. That was super fun. That might be a little darker because it's in this core shadow. And then we get a plane change around the side. Let's do this side first. Just a little lighter, maybe a little more than that. That's probably too much. And where are her little markings? I can almost add those in later. Don't need to worry about them yet. And now there needs to be a core shadow for this thing. Plus the glow from this lightsaber. Core shadow needs to be a little more sort of neutral. And then this thing kind of pokes out a little down here. We'll do one over here too. Core shadow. And where is this thing? This thing comes like that. It's a little lighter here as it gets that plane change. And it gets much lighter. Let's sort of sketch in those markings. It's like just like tiger stripes almost, or something. There's this one here. And oop, maybe a little too far. There we go. That one there. And there's definitely a little bit on the inside here. Maybe a little more. Okay, let's do I'm just going to pretend this thing is all white for the moment without any of the markings on it. It's too much to handle. I'm trying to figure out the core shadow and everything, as well as those markings, so we'll pretend that they're not there for the moment. Little reflected light here, gonna get a lot of glow from that. Little reflected light here, I can maybe do a touch of orange even. Let's get my lighter green brush going on. Now her lightsabers are definitely, you know, white, blue, something. I don't want it to look like it's right next to that thing, but it's, you know, it's getting some light from it for sure. Just like her face. And now she's definitely getting light from this side here. Kind of a bluish, greenish, whatever light. Gets lighter there. Here's where it rolls and the form changes. Same thing here, not as light. Maybe we'll do it just a touch darker. Maybe a little more green, just to switch it up. Oh, and I wanted to play with the idea of making the glow from the red happen a little there. Let me figure that out in a second. This is going to be a half tone there. And I will put a little bit of the red around her also. I'll sprinkle it around just to distribute it nicely. Let's say she's going to get hit with a little bit of this red here. Just kind of spilling over from that section. Little, it's kind of breaking the barrier of what I was saying. Is Darth Maul isn't actually behind her, but this light is there, and it could maybe affect a little bit. Could be fun. Okay, those are the general planes of those things. When you start with the portrait, do you start with the face? I mean, I'm doing a figure that has a portrait on it. I think I typically start with the face because that's going to sort of define how I'm going to treat the rest of the piece. So it's pretty common for me to start with that. It's also usually the most difficult part. And once I figure out that, the rest of it's pretty smooth sailing, honestly. These markings, if I move the marking up, a little tiny bit, it still looks like the marking is fine. But if I move her eye, over a little bit too far, her nose or whatever, then it looks, wrong and amateur and messed up. So it's like I can't do that with facial features. There's no room for error there. So I do typically nail the face before I move on to anything else. Hi, Devin. You bought the TIE Fighter piece 2 years ago. Awesome. Thanks, man. Thanks for watching. Happy Star Wars Day. Get some wire out of the way. I think it was terribly convenient that May the 4th is, a great Star Wars Day. And, of course, tomorrow is Revenge of the 5th, which is, again, terribly convenient. What are the odds, right? And who was clever enough to notice that shit? Okay, noticing some construction stuff up here with this headdress and these little planes here. I gotta figure out. Does that actually lift off, and is there a shadow underneath it? I know definitely as it gets down in here, there's some shadow. Sort of make it dark, brownish, purple, something. As it sort of nestles in here, it does get a little darker. To make sort of that thickness happen. You just paint one brush stroke at a time. And maybe there's a little bit darker in here. Right in the center of those things to really make those come out. And what I could do is I could wait for this to dry and come back over and glaze over with some subtle reds and things so that I don't disturb the brushwork that I've done so far if I want to add some other colors to it. Because that's when stuff starts to look really authentic, is when you have colors subtly glazed over everything. All right, I can do her markings now. We're looking up at her, so it's going to be curved up. Here's where we can reveal the form, because the details should be modeled to look like the form. Where does that come to there? So it's like this. Yeah, the detail should describe the form. And here's like an extra little stripey notch. Definitely darker here as it hits that core shadow. A little too much there. Can always push it back that way. These aren't terribly dark, just kind of moderately. This one could be a little darker though up here too. And now maybe they'll start to sort of curve down. They do this sort of double curve thing. But now here is tricky is because it's going to get lighter because of this other second light source. So even this dark shape gets lit. And here's when I can do it a little darker there. Here. As it turns away, it goes more in toward her face. I could probably use, I need another blue. That is super dark. I could do that here, a little darker there. We're going to see a little bit of that one there, and then here's when it goes. And it's dark all the way to the end, which is like right here. We do see it poke out a little bit. They get longer as she gets older. We see a bit of one here. It's covered up by that glow. Okay. Now, continuing on this side, you might see a little bit of this one. Bit of this one, and that goes all the way through. Now it's going to be a little bit of this funky red color because I'm planning on this little bit of diffraction from this lightsaber glow. Mega dark in here. Another one of those. There. dark. And then this slightly lighter one as it hits that light. And then we're going to see that's when it curves in like that. And the whole thing is dark. Oh, my accountant is calling me, and unfortunately I can't talk to him right now. Still, I need to finish my taxes though. Had some stuff holding me back this year for obvious reasons. What happened to my tunes? Play. Here we go. I guess it was just quiet. Oh good, he left me a voicemail. So that will get figured out later. Okay, this needs to be a little lighter. Here, definitely here, definitely here, definitely here. Right there for sure as it gets right by the lightsaber. A little bit there too, just for fun. Maybe a touch of reflected light on the inside of this so we can tell it's still this lighter colored stripey guy. And then a little more in here because this needs to be a little thicker. Whew. Can add a little more of this glow, sort of softening everything there. Impressive. Most impressive. This looks a little flat. I need something. A little more punch on this lit plane there. And maybe I can do the same thing with these. Need to punch it a little more, a little harder. And I could probably do that a little more here as well. Blend that together a little bit. That's looking pretty good. Could be maybe a touch lighter here to show this is the lighter stripe. This one has a second, that little extra little jagged edge in there. Yeah, that's better. Stuff, there's a lot going on here with plane changes and different color stripy things, and maybe this is sort of also coming from like here. A little too white, needs to be a little more green. Kind of coming from just behind her neck and sort of curling over her shoulder. That's better. Those things are pretty beefy. They sort of nestle into her neck space there. Beefy. Maybe this one comes in a little further even. I wonder if sometimes the Star Wars, the creators and animators, like, why did we make all these details on this character? Because then we gotta like do it every time we create this person. It's not as bad for CGI stuff. They sort of just, the character exists. They just pose it and light it and it's done. But every time they do anything new with it, they gotta incorporate all these details. I feel bad for a lot of the comic book artists. Every time I paint Spider-Man, I'm like, I would not want to paint this guy 1,000 freaking times with all these stripes. It's the stripes of his costume, like the spidery sort of things. Oh my god, that would be such a pain in the ass to do every time. That needs to be there. Alright, which way is that cylinder going? It's up, and then it comes down. Down. Here it's sort of up a little bit. Still comes down to there. Yeah, that has to look like it's turning. Okay, those are getting close to being done, I think. This one's a little tall, so you can still just sort of squash it away with my fingers. This could be a little more pointy, and when I come back to do this back color, I could carve those in from the other direction too. Okay, let's stand up for a second, take a stretch, and look. And I might take a picture of this too. I keep forgetting to take pictures. Let's take a picture of this, because we are going to be making these process photos available on our Patreon once that gets launched here any day. That'll be fun. Okay, looking pretty good. So many details in her costume. All right, I can turn this off. Guess I could do that back arm and that hand. Yeah, she's very blue. Her skin is orange, but her uniform's blue. Her little tentacle things are blue. She's got a blue lightsaber. She's blue lit, so she's a lot of blue stuff happening. Definitely make her stand out from the background. All right, thanks, Matt. Thanks for watching. Okay, she's got... I want this back arm to really disappear into the back. That will help push it back further. Let's make that a little more red even. This whole thing is going to kind of emerge out of the shadow. She has this gauntlet thing on, like a shield around the outside of her arm. This thing is like skin color, which for her flesh tone is like an orange, but I want to definitely fade it out darker toward this red color. It's a little too intense. Now let's see, anatomy. Just thinking my way through muscles and stuff. So all those little bumps are in the right places. And she doesn't have thick arms at all, they're pretty thin. But she does, I'm sure she's kind of buff. Was I inspired by the most recent Clone Wars? Yeah, that's where this idea came from. I mean, honestly, the guys at the Lucasfilm publisher at Acme Archives, they've been like, you should paint Ahsoka. She's awesome. I'm like, I know, I'll get to it. Just haven't had a chance yet. So I'm like, okay, you know what? We're doing a painting on Monday. I'm like, maybe this is my chance to finally do an Ahsoka piece, especially since the series is wrapping up. I can make this a little darker. A little bit of core shadow here. Right. Yeah. And then she's got this gauntlet sort of thing, which is kind of a dark blue also. But we're going to make it so it's kind of like, she's got her arm raised, so it might be like sticking up a little bit. I'm just guessing what it might be doing. And that might sort of wrap around because she's got her arm pronated to hold her lightsaber. So that little curve can help show that. And there are some details on this thing. Sort of some just a couple brush strokes to show some of those. And the less detail I put on this, the further back it goes. Here's the cylinder now. And now she's got a hand cover thing. Let's see, her hand is also sort of got this glove on. Like part of this sleeve thing she's got going on. I might need to do sort of this background color to carve away a little bit of this arm. Which I can properly fill in later once I know what color that actually is going to be. Since I don't know yet, I'll just sort of scratch in a color. This might have a little bit of a glint on it. And then this hand plate is there. And now she's got her hand. A little closer. Still core shadow though around here. There's one plane. There, we're going to have to show the other finger coming up a little higher. There's going to be a lighter plane down here for all these fingers. And then this one, oops, that's too wide. Went a little crazy with that one. And then here too, this first finger always sticks out a little further. And then she's got a thumb. I can use my little tiny brush for this one. Different plane change for that. This is going to be this finger coming in a little bit. Maybe a touch on that, touch on that. Down plane a little bit for that one. A little bit on the thumb here. Oh, this was this red color that I had done. I need to push this up a little bit. Hi there, Elizabeth. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Okay. She's got, we're going to see a little bit of this plane here. Maybe this thumb comes out a little too far. Need to push that back just a little bit toward the hand. There we go. And this lit plane is definitely more of our blue color because it's getting light from the lightsaber. This side, not so much. And I can make this the proper dark underneath this thing, this sort of hand plate thing that she's got. Definitely got some knuckles coming up there, though. Let me pull up a different picture I have a reference of. I have to admit, my girlfriend and I both posed for these. Super helpful, actually. Where's the pose that I liked? So you can use her hand as a reference that I want. It's between her and myself that I found the pose that I liked. So that's pretty close. That one. And this one. Cool, and I got a good reference for proper anatomical hand. Very helpful. It's okay to use a reference. Just helps you get that more accurate and sort of authentic with your anatomy and the gesture and stuff. This is a little down a little more, and spend a few minutes really nailing this hand. And this pinky comes back a little more even. She's got, okay, those things need to come down a little further. This glove thingy, I need more paint now. And this is where it needs to really show those cylinders. Maybe I should use the smaller one, smaller brush. I have a, no. Yeah, this one's definitely bigger arc there. Hopefully I'm still on camera. I haven't gone down too far yet. Nope. Okay, good. Sometimes I paint a different area and I've zoomed in the camera and I forgot and no one can see it. little subtle arc on that hand to show that the finger comes up. This first finger is always a little more curved. Let's get my super dark brush here. I gotta be careful because this can't be that dark because I need to save those dark values for the other hand. That's going to be much closer and much darker. So that one's okay. It's dark, not bad. I could fill this in a little more. Let's do that lightsaber a little bit now. This is the bigger lightsaber, I think. See, nailing all these details, like, what's this lightsaber look like? This is the bigger one, it's further away. This is the smaller one, it's closer. I don't know why she has two different size ones, but, you know, it's her preference. Just to throw you off. Perfect. Oh, it looks so nice outside. Just want to go sit outside with a drink and a snack and hang out. My girlfriend Amber's been out there gardening, which is fun. I'm like, oh, I want to go help you garden. I mean, you know, there are worse things to get stuck inside doing on a random Monday. Like I could be at my old job that I used to work at, doing graphic design. Really quite happy to be doing my own thing as an artist instead. This handle's pretty long. And she holds it quite up toward the top, which is good because that's where I've got it. Where did that red brush go? I didn't pick it up. Just to carve this background color in a little bit. So here's where I can maybe get a little gestury if I want. With the canvas prints, we had limited edition numbered print. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have limited edition from Acme Archives. And we might also consider doing an open edition as well. That's something that you should talk to Incredible Art Gallery about. So if they're listening, they could probably hit you up about that. I don't make those decisions. I'm just a monkey with the paintbrush, as I always say. This thing comes all the way down to here with its lightsabery light. this needs to come down as well. Make sure that's actually lined up. Yeah. Good. This could come down a little more. What a cool experience it must be to like make a real lightsaber. I'm not talking about the one at Disney World. I'm talking about like a real one that actually functions. It is like your weapon. When I was at Disney World in February, working there at the art show, I went to Galaxy's Edge, the Star Wars land in Hollywood Studios Park, which was just fabulous. I only got to go there after I got off working at the booth, so I only got to go there for, you know, a couple hours at night. But God, I could have spent the whole day there. It was so cool. I literally was there until they closed. It was just, you know, it was only a couple hours, but I just loved it. So amazing. It was literally like, it was so immersive. And anyway, the point of that, my story about that was that I ran across the lightsaber manufacturer, you know, where they you can build them. You can go in there, custom build your own lightsaber. And I was talking to the gal out there for a while. For like an hour, we were just hanging out talking, and she was telling me about the whole thing. It was pretty fun. But yeah, they're really super immersive, and you know, they even like give you attitude about stuff because they're trying to not be super Disney about everything, trying to be a little more authentic, which was really fun. Like as if you're on a planet visiting and they're treating you as such, you know. Who's this random person coming up to me? Oh, lightsabers are actually illegal. Is this where you make lightsabers? Nope. Depends. Are you with the First Order? What? It was fun. What was her name? She was giving me all the inside scoop on. I can't remember. She's following me on Instagram. She was super cool gal. She was giving me all the inside scoop on like how things work, and that they were booked up until like April. So this was in February. So they were booked up 2 months in advance. And it's like $250 or something to build a lightsaber. I'm like, wow. They must be like really amazing. It sucks that, you know, essentially it is still like a plastic thing that lights up in the middle, and it, you know, it doesn't like retract or anything. Like, you know, it's still for sure not the real deal, like by any means. So you're still basically, you're buying a really expensive toy. I would kind of consider it. But still pretty cool. Will they ever have the technology to do this kind of thing? Who knows? I saw some guys on some show where they like recreate. They try to like, oh, can we actually recreate this fictional technology? And they actually they built a lightsaber, so to speak. It was a huge piece of metal, like titanium and tungsten or something that they could like charge with energy, and it would light up so hot that it would like burn through things. And he had to like carry around this like 50-pound battery pack with him and stuff. And but it was pretty cool to watch. It looked like he was holding this bright orange lightsaber, but it was a rod on a handle, so I didn't even like retract or anything with that. I don't think we'll. Might be a long time before we have that kind of technology. Years ago, I was kind of reading the lore on how a lightsaber might actually work, and what they're saying, what on this sort of speculative thing, was that. Okay, hang on, make sure I lined this up right. I thought I checked it, and it's close, but because it has to line up with this. Let me just get my ruler out before I go too far into this. Because I can't really change this too much. That could be a little higher. Okay, so this needs to angle down a little bit. Good thing I checked. Well, there's a couple little more bits sort of poking out here. There we go. Is that still lined up right? That's close. I suppose I could try to tilt this down a little bit. That is lined up with that. Those two need to be parallel. That's kind of the... Yeah, I could tilt this down a tiny bit. Okay, that's better. So this still could come down a little more. Don't want the handle to be at a different angle than the rest of the lightsaber. There we go, that's better. Looks like I might be missing some comments from Twitch, because I'm only seeing a lot of Facebook stuff. Nope, looks like I'm missing Twitch comments. So we'll check. I'm looking at this on a, we're multicasting, so I'm looking at a restream. Yeah, there's an error for our Twitch. So sorry if I'm not seeing Twitch comments. If you guys are all commenting, I might be getting a lot of viewers from Twitch that I'm not seeing here as well. So I'm seeing Facebook and YouTube users mostly, not seeing Twitch for some reason. So sorry about that, guys. Maybe maybe one of the guys can text me some important ones, then I can see them later. Yeah, I'm not seeing comments at all. Okay. Apparently, Proud Jedi, you're asking if I got to go to Oga's. I don't know. Is that the cantina? I'll just say, okay, just message me with important comments. I got Nick, who works with the gallery, is moderating, and he's just going to keep an eye out for that stuff. Okay. I don't know what Oga's is. I don't know if that's the cantina. I did. The cantina was booked, so I couldn't. They let me go in and just look around. I said, "Oh, can I just look around and take some pictures?" I said, "Yeah, that's fine." But that had been booked, and there was a line out the door for the place. But I did go in and look around. It's freaking amazing. It's like hidden in this little area, and you know, you can sort of hear music coming through, but you can't really see anything. You know, and then you sort of go, you know, it's this sort of secret-ish door, and as soon as the door opens up, you go in, and like the music hits you, and the ambiance hits you, and there's like aliens everywhere, and the color, and all, you know, it looks just like the cantina from Mos Eisley. Mostly, you know, with some different variations, but it's so awesome. I would love to just go sit there and have a drink and hang out for a while, take some pictures. Maybe I can do some cool paintings of it or something. But oh, it was so much fun. Okay, that's lined up now properly. Oh, the lightsaber is looking extra blazy. Yeah, in the feed it's super lighty, and in here it hasn't gotten that far yet. I think the camera's blowing out the lights, so it is not that bright yet. Okay. This probably will be a little tiny bit of shadow to make sure she's actually like holding this thing. That's better, yeah. Huh, could still adjust it a tiny bit more. You just don't want the lightsaber and the handle to be two different angles. I could fudge it a little bit. Here. Here. Yeah, that's probably good for now. I might do that last. Okay, what I can work on next is her, maybe her other arm as it's coming at us. 2:23, so almost 2.5 hours. Jeez. Just to paint her face and one arm. It's tough. All right. definitely going to be some brighter blue here. I need to pull up the other pose. Oh, here we go. Let's open this differently. Just organizing my windows a little better so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. And yeah, you guys will be able to see all the way down to that hand. Good. And then here's her hand gripping the lightsaber, smushing against there. Thin wrist. And then here's. And then this arm is this lighter orange color. Do that in a second. Because here's this gauntlet thing. And then there's a nice cylinder. Because it's coming right at us. Let's make that perspective a little better. Has to describe this form. Here's this hand plate thing. This hand is much bigger because it's coming right at us. And it's a little, closer to us. So we want it to appear bigger. So some of, the Oga's Cantina. Oh, sure. Yeah, pretty epic. Okay. Yeah, the cantina was pretty amazing. I wish I could have hung out a lot longer. It was really just for a few minutes because they were booked and they weren't going to let me in at all. I'm like, no, we're actually full. I'm like, oh, I'm an artist. I had my camera. I'm like, can I just come and take pictures? Like, oh, okay, that's fine. I said, I promise I'll be just a few minutes, and they were super cool, so I wasn't going to take advantage of that and like sit down and and be a jerk. So I just stayed for a few and took some pictures and stuff. Oh, it was such a cool ambiance, though. I did not get to ride on the... Let's see, this actually might be in a little bit. I did not also get to ride on the Rise of the Resistance ride. You have to get there like 7 in the morning and literally be there all day. That wasn't going to happen for me, so... A lot of overlapping things here. A little bit of red because of this light. And then otherwise it's going to go down quickly to this core shadow. A little bit of local color. And we're going to get light from that friggin' lightsaber. Jeez. So much going on. And I'm going to use my brushwork to help describe this form. Otherwise, okay, now it's getting softer. Darker with the light, I mean. And let's say from here on out, it's core shadow with some different variations, which I can work on. What color is her skin? as a core shadow. I've already established it, now I've got to recreate it. It's way too brown. It's a little more blue. A little lighter. A little bit lighter. And a little more orangey, yellowy something. And I can use some of these brush strokes to describe this form as it gets to there, the gauntlet thing, and then it comes in a little bit. Cool, so she's getting lit by the lightsaber, this lightsaber, and this light from wherever that's coming from. That core shadow could be a touch darker, especially as it gets closer to us. We might see a little elbow action. I want her to look, you know, strong, but not like ripped. Cool. Okay, this is all going to be pretty dark blue. This is when I can use the value to really help show this. This perspective here. Make that nice curve. I don't know if her gauntlet is exactly that curved. It actually maybe have a little bit of a point to it. But having that curve is going to help me show this cylinder. And she's wearing sort of a glove underneath. Kelly, thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Glad you guys are enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it. This is quite difficult. Painting is hard enough, let alone with a bunch of people watching you. I hope I don't screw up. Hope I don't suck. She's got a cylinder here. If anybody keeps wondering why I keep saying cylinder, it's because that's how you show foreshortening and overlap. You show the degree of flattening of those ellipses or rounding as they come more toward you. That would probably be way closer to here. I just have to imagine anything I can to exaggerate some of those forms. Even do a couple little more exaggerated than there would be some cylinder brush strokes there. Because it really has to look like she's pointing her hand at us. Not entirely, but it's like down a little bit, but you know. Where's my darker? This might come down and not be as... lot of brain power. Makes your brain go, ooh, for a few hours of doing this. And then on the top of that thing, we'll just consider it still a darkish blue. And my brush strokes can help show this foreshortening. My music's getting pretty intense here. What am I listening to? Oh, we're now in the Clone Wars soundtrack. Awesome. I guess we just finished with episode 2, and now we're on just barely getting started with the Clone Wars soundtrack, which is a good couple dozen songs. This is fun. This is a soundtrack of the entire series in chronological order. Ha, that's awesome. I just found that on Spotify. I'm going to follow this one because it's cool. No, I already am following it. Good. Just noticing this could be a little more of a nice rounded cylinder. There we go. All those little details add up. Never give up. Never surrender. You got a canvas print. Awesome. Well, thanks, Matt. Yeah, if you guys want to go to ChristopherClarkArt.com, is where we're going to have prints of this piece. And you can buy this original, actually. The original is still available. And we're doing 25% off everything. All of my artwork. So go to ChristopherClarkArt.com and you can check out everything there, including this piece. Looking at canvas wraps now. Awesome. Yeah, now's your chance to get a great, screaming deal on the artwork. Okay, we're going to say 4 fingers. That one's going to come a little higher. So yeah, her knuckles are going to be inside there. And it's going to really, that one's going to be a really pointy one. So this hand plate thing is sort of floating above her hand. It's not necessarily attached to it. Like it's, connected here on a hinge or something, I think it is. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't make her hands look like big and mannish or anything, just because they're closer to us. They still have to be, she's got, small, she's a pretty petite gal. In fact, I could probably bring this in a little bit more. Bring in this knuckle a little further. So here's those fingers wrap around the bottom. The first finger's a little more. Just fill it in as a plane. I can carve it out more later. Okay, this lightsaber might be a little too thick. I could tone that one down a little bit. What I can do is this. Start indicating some of the color back here just as a way to chisel that down. Can't do it too much because it still has to match this. So I can come from the other side as well. Hit it from both sides. Same thing here. Come back with my red background color and carve that out. This is the shorter lightsaber, so it's actually going to have a little thinner anyway. And it's got a little bulky sort of a butt. Lightsaber butt. And I can carve in here. Yeah, you go both ways. The subject and the background you can carve back and forth. And of course it still has to line up. So the handle and the lightsaber are going the same direction. Which, once again, I think they're not. That one's curving. No, that's not bad. There and there. I think there and there. This one's got a little bit of a sort of a notch in it. We'll say the notch is like, we'll make it off center a little bit. Is this my light green brush? Nope. That's why it's not coming out light green at all. Yeah, it's like a crummy wannabe light green. It's got some red and purple and stuff mixed into it. Alright, let me clear some space here. There's my lightsaber. Hate it when I do that. Hate it when I do that too. Making marks all over the place. There it is. Just like that. Come on, don't budge. Okay, good. Now I can just bring this part down a little bit. Better. Bring the lightsaber butt down just a little bit more here. Add back in my lip plane. Yeah, this part of the painting is going to have the most value contrast because it's the closest to us, and I want it to be really closely and not look like it's Okay. You may or may not have gotten 2 canvases. Awesome. Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, Incredible Art Gallery is pretty awesome. They're pretty fun just to go and browse and enjoy yourself. It'll be nice when we start doing shows again. Can actually see everybody. Although I admit I am not complaining about this incredible amount of time I've had to just be home painting, That's been really nice. Got a lot of painting done in the last few months. January, February, I was traveling literally almost every weekend. Oh, and part of March. So for like, I don't know, 10 weeks straight, I was on a plane almost every weekend. And it was too much. So now I've had the opposite of that. It's been nice to take a break and slow down. Alright, now her hand is no longer gripping the lightsaber because I've had to move it. So let's refix that. Yeah, so you have to basically place the object that you want someone to grip, and then you have to model the hand after that. It's kind of hard sometimes going the other way. Yeah, I think I want to lower this thing too. Lower this gauntlet thing. I can carve in here. Take that down a little bit. And here's her fingers now. There's one. Can just bring this, shorten them down a little bit. 2, 3, and 4 is still a little taller. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sharing your work with us. So good to watch you come alive. Awesome. Thanks, Alyssa. Thanks for watching. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Glad you guys appreciate what I'm doing here. It's all we can do since we can't do shows right now. So I'm able to at least bring you guys some kind of cool work while everyone's stuck at home. I'm home painting anyway, so we're like, hey, why not point a camera at me and stream it? And then it's just like we're doing an art show again. And I don't have to fly anywhere. I don't mind it so much. That the shows are fun. The crew is really fun, and we have a good time. We go to cool cities and see some cool stuff, and go out to eat, and we have a good time with the crew for sure. And as far as me getting work done, I've been spending a long time trying to sort of create a transportable little way for me to do sketches and paintings and stuff. So I've been able to I can still, quote unquote, get some work done on the plane by bringing my sketchbook and some mediums that I've, inks and charcoal and and some acrylic paint in little tiny tubes that I bring on the airplane with me, and I can do a credible little painting while sitting in my little chair, you know, with my little table. That's why I like to get. I prefer a left side window seat, so I can have the window and I can paint, and there's nobody bumping into me from my drawing side. Even though I use both hands a lot, but my main one is my left. Oh, and then we'll see a little bit of this thumb too. So I can sit there and, you know, if it's a 3-hour flight or something, or, you know, I can do a great little painting in a couple hours. Okay, now we're going to see a little bit of lit plane from the bottom, but it's not that light. This finger mostly. This is the anomalous finger, the first finger. And then a little bit on this one. The middle knuckle is what always sticks up more on top, but the first finger, like, always picks up a little bit when you're holding something. And then the pinky actually going to stick out a little bit. And this whole thing's going to be bathed in bright light from a lightsaber over here. That plane there. Knuckles are covered up, but I can do some dark. This is my chance to do some really dark value, and I need it to really project this arm forward. And these knuckles kind of shoot out crooked. So I'm going to do the shadows in between the knuckles. This shadow, this knuckle is going to get a little bit of shadow on it. Or a little bit of light. And then maybe in between. They're pretty tightly squashed together, so we won't see a lot. Underneath here, we'll get a lot of dark. Here's this shadow in between each one. And underneath this gauntlet thing. I could do some darker core shadow. A little more sort of darkish, purplish, something, green. Where? Here. And then in here. This plane here. This plane here. It's almost like it starts there and it angles downward. And then this one here. All those little tiny details can help make that hand read better. That middle finger is a little big. Let's squash that in a little bit. Is this my lighter orange brush? Yeah, here's this first finger. And then, of course, this thumb is going to get a little bit of that downward plane as well. Let's do some core shadow around this knuckle here. I can pull this one in a little more too. Yeah, the knuckles kind of go crooked across a fist, gripping something like this. Push this down a little bit here. I can make this a little darker up here. Maybe we'll catch a little tiny bit of subtle hints of light here. And maybe here we'll get a little bit of overlapping, sort of grippy stuff. As her hand is like squashing against this thing. Might come in a little further. It's a little too much palm. Big old fat hands. She's got pretty skinny wrists. Okay. Awesome. I can detail out that lightsaber a little bit. Doesn't need much. There's like, oh, there's like a button. Put the button like here. And it's got a little bit of a glint. All plain as it's protruding from the thing. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. Let's do this. Make a little dark. It's going to have more of a core shadow, I think. And have some glint on either side. There we go. Now for a transitional color. Here. And here. Where's my red? Can just carve away that a little bit so it's a little more nice and straight. Don't want to do it too much. I kind of like the painterly quality to it. Okay, let me take a break and stand up for a second. Get some water. Ooh, crack things into life. Oh, can't forget to do this part. Oh. Okay, this is coming really good. I wore my fun Star Wars shirt today. I've been collecting these as I've been doing more shows. So I've got, you guys can't see because the camera's in the way. It's hi Lori from Las Vegas. Thanks for watching. Take a quick break here, just for a few minutes. So yeah, I got this fun shirt at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando a couple years ago. I hadn't had a chance to see any of the show, and I finished for the day at the booth and had like, I don't know, maybe an hour left before the show closed, so I got to walk around and look at some stuff. Bought a couple shirts, took some pictures with some people. I'm like, oh, this is what the con looks like. I had no idea. Okay, it's 3 and I'm going for 3 hours. Ooh. Alright, time for a quick break. I think I'm going to take like 10 or 15 minutes. Just take a quick break and get some water, stretch a little bit, maybe get a snack. Step outside into the sunlight and hope I don't wither away. It burns us! So I like where this is going. I'm going to take another picture. She's looking badass. Okay. It is 3 o'clock here. So we'll say we'll return at 3, we'll say 3:15 Mountain Standard Time. Okay, be right back, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for watching. You can check out, you can buy prints of this one or the original at ChristopherClarkArt.com. And yeah, just hang out for a bit and let this run in the background, and I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, coming back here. I was hoping to come back at like 3:15, but I fixed myself something to eat and like, let me just wolf something down real quick. So it took an extra few minutes. I hope nobody minds. Let's get our tunes going again. Plug my phone in. Okay, where were we? Yeah, she's mostly covered with this sort of skirt and leggings combo. Well, she's got sort of a piece of armor on this side here. Let me pull up a picture to make sure I get that accurate. Yeah, her skirt's kind of blue and her leggings are kind of like a dark gray, bluish something. Okay, back to it. A little more bluish green on that one. Here's where it's carving in on that that tentacle thing. I wish I knew what those things were called. I keep not having a word for it. And here we're going to see some light from her lightsaber. This is challenging. We want to see a little bit of her neck. Oh, and there's a hair. Darn it. There we go. Yeah, I might see a little bit of her neck with her actual skin color here. Maybe this will be a little further down. This highlight. I don't want it to look like her lightsaber is like resting on her shoulder, like she's leaning it there or something, because of course it would burn right through it. So Maybe I can back this off a little bit to sort of indicate on her arm where that is. Matt's back. How's it going, Matt? Thanks, man. And also, I'm not seeing comments from Twitch, so please leave them. And then if my the moderator will message me if there's something I need to reply to, like if you guys have a specific question on something. Yeah, let's say this thing's a little. Still gotta add some girth. No comments. Okay, good. Just checking. Yeah, this could come out a little more. This is tough. It's shadow, but then lit by the glow from this lightsaber. How do you do that? She has a collar, like a neck thing, too. How do I show that? Maybe you just don't really see it that much. Okay. Definitely got a very narrow waist. Yeah, I can bring this in a little bit with my red. We don't really see, I don't really see much of a bosom or anything because it's kind of covered by her tentacles. Her head tentacles. Hentacles. I mean, maybe we would see a little bit here. I don't want to imply that she doesn't have them. I want to make sure her figure is accurate for, this character and just looking right. That looks okay, yeah. I don't want it to be like a random piece of blue sticking out for no reason. Can clean this up a little bit. Ah. We're asking, is the sketch available for sale? Yes, both of them. I have to say though that the concept sketch that I posted online is a digital composite of 2 pencil sketches that I did. So I'm saying this to Nick mainly since you're talking about maybe someone wants to buy them. Yeah, just know that I have pencil sketches of 2 pencil sketches of Ahsoka that I did specifically, that I then composited to make the the whole scene. So if someone wants to buy the sketches, I'll have to send you photographs of just the drawings by themselves to make sure that they know what they're getting. For you know, in other words, the sketch that I posted online, the black and white image that I've been using, that doesn't exist as an original. That's a composite, but I do have original pencil sketches of just Ahsoka by herself in both poses that I did two concepts. One of this one, crouching one, and then one of a more upright pose. So I have the original pencil sketches for both of those. So since somebody apparently is asking. I might see a couple wrinkles. She's got some details on the front of her shirt thing. Let's do the wrinkles first. She's like this, so we might see. Let's do them a little bit lighter, maybe. They're going to be sort of this cross wrinkle sort of shape. And we'll see more of them here. As her hips are sort of lifting up and twisting. She also has an armor, or she has a belt that comes right there. That we're going to say is flat because it's a belt. And it's kind of a lighter gray color. And maybe it wraps around a little bit right there. And then this is her shirt, which is still pretty dark. This dress thing that she's wearing. So more like the folds will be probably the darker part. A little too much there. Let's say that's angling more like that. Okay. Oh, the original sketches are 11 by 17. Cool, and it sounds like you guys are. We've had some purchases of the prints, which is cool. Yeah, definitely get your get the prints on ChristopherClark.com, ChristopherClarkArt.com. Sorry, and you can pre-order this one now before it's even finished. Kind of fun, right? She's wearing this tunic sleeve-ish thing. That might come down there. Okay, let's see if I can indicate very subtly some of those details on her front. Not going to see them too much because there's wrinkles and stuff happening and it's kind of obscured. But I need to make sure it follows the center line properly, which it almost doesn't now. Let me fix that. That's better. It just needs to point at her neck. Okay, why don't I back this up a little bit? Okay, this is zoomed in pretty far. Let me back up the digital, and I can maybe back up the actual camera too. No, that's pretty good, so you guys can see the whole thing. Since I'm going to be painting her leg and stuff now. There we go. Can turn this down just a touch. Yeah, the white balance totally changes on this camera as soon as I adjust it a little bit. I still need to. I think I'd like a better webcam that doesn't automatically white balance or do exposure. Amy says that you love the drawing in order to print. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for watching and thanks for ordering one. And watch the last show, which is airing today. Okay, now that I did that, I'm actually going to adjust this a little. There we go, that's good. And I can do this last bit. Sort of this curved armory thing at her side. It's going to have some light on it. This middle thing is like that. Just there's a specific shape for this thing. And there we go. This connects to this, which then sort of curves like that. Yeah, a lot of this is obscured by her lightsaber, which makes that easier for me. Can conveniently have things obscuring certain objects, make it easier to paint stuff. I didn't do that on purpose, but it just sort of happens. This thing's kind of this medium grayish blue. Oh, I painted over this bit. And that is a little more gradual of a and it gets lighter toward the lightsaber. Which won't be that jagged necessarily. It's kind of a cool look. It'll be painterly, but it won't be that like electric looking, you know. It's kind of wild there. May the 4th be with you. Also with you, Nick. Thanks for watching. Let's say we're going to see a little bit of some other kind of shine right here. Probably from the lightsaber. Look at that. Let's make this a little more green. Maybe even a little tiny bit blue. As it's picking up some of this glow. Then I got to do all these objects colliding with this glow from this lightsaber, which is going to be fun. Maybe there's a bright highlight in here even. Against that thing, maybe a little bit there. Now her like skirt thing. Here's my chance to show a little more of this cylinder of her leg. And it's going to be stretching across to the other leg. Maybe like that. It is this color, so it's easy. But I need to have that plane change. And it gets a little lighter as it comes up toward us, probably, just to show that perspective. Darker underneath here, not that dark. Not that blue. Gets a little bit of light from this lightsaber, and then we can use this to show a little bit of the plane change there. That's a little too much. It's all right. Here's light casting down, and she has like sort of dark gray tights on. She's a very blue character. I wonder, in the Star Wars universe, who is their like clothing designer? Where do they buy their clothes from? Do they make them themselves? Who is the tailor? Somebody has to know how to do this. You know, yeah, you make your own lightsaber. Do you have to make your own uniform too? That'd be kind of funny. Things you never think about. Your rite of passage as a Jedi is constructing your own lightsaber and your own, you know, like hand-sewn old shitty-looking cloak that everybody wears. And is there like a pattern? You know, who measures it? Like, what if you're just a terrible seams person and you can't sew worth a crap, and your tunic thing is all, you know, misshapen and you can use the Force to defeat an empire, but you don't know how to use a sewing machine. That would be kind of funny. Okay, I like that this thing could be a little higher here. A little bit of a light on it to show that the arc of that knee. Not the Ark of the Covenant. That's a different property that we're not painting today. Already did that one. Here's this leg, which is going to be real loose and not very specific because it's in the background. A little bit of this knee plate thing sticking up, I think. Like a knee guard. A little bit of this armor thing coming out here. Real not exciting back there because it's, you know, backgroundish. She does have some markings in the front of this dress. Let me find some more references of the skirt. And that leg needs to go back, actually. So I do need to show that somehow. This could help. A little bit of this, more cylinder here. Yeah, I like how it's kind of scratchy and brushy and it's in the background. This leg might get a little bit of light on it from a side. My chance to show a side plane and a little bit of that cylinder. This might be dark underneath here. And we might see a little bit of that plane there. Uh-oh, the markings on her dress thing. That can help sort of show that scoop. And here's this thing, that other piece of armor down there. Don't want it to compete with that lightsaber though. But it's definitely back there. Okay. Maybe it's a little too low. That's better. Maybe I can use this. I can do one subtle detail back here. There's like a knee. Sort of guard thing she's wearing. I can use that sort of cylinder to help show that turn a little better. And he is pointing away from us for sure. And I can soften that a little bit, so it's not a very hard edge. Let's see here. I might be nearing the finish of her figure. I might go do some touch-ups later, but I think it's mostly done. Let's take a look. Take a picture. Taking a picture for our Patreon, which we're still about to launch. We're just making sure we have a nice bit of cool content to offer everybody. And this leg needs to look like it's projecting more forward. That's what it doesn't do right now. I need to like sort of show this a little better. By showing some sort of contoured brushstroke sort of stuff. Now, yeah, it's not going down, it's coming at us a little bit. Instead of like that, it's more like that. That's better, yeah. Those cylinders really help. I can do a couple up here even. Yeah, now look at that. Now it's coming right at us. You know, a lot more like this now. Okay, good. All right, let's look at this. Well, I didn't do her lightsabers yet. I might do those absolutely last because they're still going to cover a lot of Darth here. It's funny, when you just say Darth, you think Darth Vader. Any other Darth has to be Darth Maul, Darth Sidious, Darth anybody, but just Darth. It's very specifically Darth Vader only. I think that's kind of funny. Okay, he's mostly a silhouette, almost entirely a silhouette. So let's back this up so you guys can see the whole thing. Okay, you know what I want to do also? I want to send I want to send this to my mom because she said she wanted to watch. She couldn't get it working on Twitch, so I'm telling her that it's on Facebook. Hopefully that'll get her to be able to watch. Yeah, I want to add some red subtle colors in there. That could add a lot of more authenticity to this, I think. Okay, Darth Maul. I want to make myself some room. I might still need some of those. Yeah, if I need to make some blues, I can, but the light greens that I'm really going to need more of. Okay. Yeah, if you guys enjoy watching this, please follow on whatever platform you're watching on. If it's Twitch or Facebook or YouTube or Periscope or any of those other ones. Please follow that channel so you can see more of my artwork. I'm Christopher Clark. And you can purchase prints of this piece at ChristopherClarkArt.com. I've heard that somebody might have bought the original already, so that might actually be sold. So you got to be quick when I do these paintings live. They go pretty quick, so if you want one, you got to make it happen. But yeah, I do a lot of these streams. I've pretty much been streaming everything I'm painting lately. Ever since the quarantine thing, I'm just home streaming so everybody can see what I'm doing. So definitely follow so you can tune into that. And my next stream is going to be on Wednesday. I'm doing two fun sort of travel-y paintings. Doing one of France and one of Italy. So those will be really fun. Okay, Darth Maul is going to be a little more dark and a little more red. I want to palette knife this. What kind of red, though? Darker. And very transparent. I like this texture here and I want to keep it. I don't want him to be black. He's still going to be, you know, not that dark of a value. As dark a red as I can get without becoming a full black value color. I don't want to lose the red quality. And I don't want him to be that dark because he's a silhouette. And I want this fun sort of texture. And I got to make sure I nail his horns. These contour details are going to be really important because that's all we have to distinguish who he is and what these parts are. So I might go past them a little bit and then just carve them away later. We got an eye socket and a brow ridge and these horns. Yeah, this is not thick paint. It doesn't need to be. Doesn't always need to be thick paint. Here's sort of a mouth. Here's this really angular chin that he's got. I also want to avoid an outline. Do not want an outline. I want this textured cutout sort of thing. Okay, that's his lightsaber, his double-handled sort of baton, you know, bow staff. Two lightsabers in one lightsaber, which is friggin' amazing. Whoever thought of that. Okay, here's where it's getting close to her lightsaber. And what do I got here? I got some contour. Some fun things happening. This is his arm, like sort of just behind him or whatever. There's a shoulder piece he's got. And then it comes down. So I really got to show that. Yeah, all I get are these contours. Some of these edges I can soften later. Show a couple of those wrinkles a little better. And I might put a couple subtle contours on him just so we can distinguish. Because right now it's like this stub. Like, what is that? I need to show some of these overlap things. So this glow is not going to be that big. I can tone that down a little bit. I also need to show his hand, which is going to be, again, nothing but edge contour. Here's like a finger. There's a thumb. Those subtle little details are, that's all I got. Here's another finger. Here's his lightsaber. And it's got this cool stair-step sort of pattern on it. Oh, Alyssa, you bought the original. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations. Very cool. Glad you snapped this one up. As I've mentioned, they do usually go quick. We're definitely generating a lot of interest with these streams that we're doing. So I imagine that's only going to get more so. One, two. Doesn't need to be that thick. These lines got to be nice and purple. So very cool. Glad you got a hold of this one. I'll make sure to finish it up real nice for you. It's nearing the end, actually. So I'm going to make sure that is lined up with the lightsaber, the light coming out. I need to make his hand is a little much now. A little too far. I could bring that in. Gets lighter here. Now I'm having to do this background color at the same time. Let's bring that thumb in a little more. And there's a finger. Great. Maybe this thumb would be a little more like this. Yeah, this is really tough. That's one. That's two. One, two. Second knuckle, third knuckle. And that'll have to glow there in a little bit. And then here's his like tunic thing, and he has a belt. Trying to still keep it sort of loose and brushy. Maintaining that great texture that I did yesterday with the underpainting. Don't want to lose that because it's cool. See, the lightsaber, I almost don't have to do anything to it. I did all that already. I'm just sort of now I'm coming back down and clipping it the other direction. the first way I went out and now I'm coming back in. Here's, this leg will be much more crisp. This edge. And then here's the skirt. And then back here it will be a softer edge as this is moving backward more. Sharp, soft. This sharp edge brings things closer. I can bring her knee a little more narrow or two. Sharp edge there. Little carve that in a little too much. Where's a lighter brush? I can do that. There we go. Cool. Alyssa, where did you first see us? Are you in Denver here, or are you? Did you see us at one of our shows we did? Somewhere. Most recently we were in Houston and San Francisco. San Francisco is beautiful. Could have stayed more time there. That was a cool city. A lot of great artists that I know live there too. Wouldn't mind rubbing elbows with some of those guys. Okay, here's his belt. Yes, some specifics and some washies. And I can make some glow there happen too later. A little bit more here. I like how this goes behind her head though. Just wanted a touch more. Cool, so there's a Darth Maul silhouette. This is darker in here. Noticing that's a weird highlight thing happening on the... There we go. This is intense. Vegas. Yeah, I know we got to go back to Vegas. We only were there that one show a couple years ago. We've been talking about it, just hasn't quite materialized yet. And of course, all our show plans are totally on halted right now, on hold. So, don't know yet, but we definitely want to be. Bring that in a little bit. Because this glow on this one's going to be a lot bigger, the closer one. Okay, let's do some subtle indications of... I haven't used, let's do this brush here. This, my blue color plus a little bit of white, but I don't want it to be purple. I need to show some of this action, some of this. This could be a little more forward. I just need to show some of these overlaps. You owe me dinner. Sure, man. Next time we're in Vegas. We're working on it, trust me. That's why I'm the monkey on camera right now, because we can't do anything. Just need to show that a little better. Almost sort of the top of his lightsaber here. Like there's barely some indication of some light on it. So we can see he's holding it 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit on his knuckle there. Where's my red? I think it's this one. Let's get rid of this. Need some clean paper towel to wipe my brush on. Oh, I used to teach, and so many students would just wipe their brushes on the dirtiest paper towels, and then they'd have paint all over their hands and all over their clothes, and it would just end up everywhere except where they wanted it to end up, on the canvas. And you got to know where all your paint is all the time. You got to know what colors are on your brush, where it is on your paper towel, and hopefully not on your hands. Alright, I know this lightsaber isn't as long as it might be, but I had to take some liberties to make this composition work. So, artistic integrity, right? That's what you have to do. The handle should be longer, but then it would be behind her, and I had to just invent a little bit to make this work right. So I hope nobody minds. To have this nice big fist on there, you know, really coming at us, I had to take a couple liberties. Let's do a little more with these horns here. Yeah, we're nearing the end of this one, I think. Here's a little one poking up from the other side of his head. There's going to be 2 right here. There's a nice long one there. Maybe we'll see a little tiny bit of his nose. A little bit of his mouth. And I can come carving that a little bit. Let's do that now. Let's chisel that chin. Do a little more orange here. Lip. Maybe this comes in a little further. He's got He's like the definition of Aquiline features. Eyebrow ridge, there's a cheekbone there. Then I can do some more paint on his lightsaber to make that glow a little more. Okay, let's get another brush here. Let's do a little more of my medium. Still dripping all over the damn place. It's all right. Okay, I can do a little more here. Let's bring this shoulder up more. This I want to be a little more orange. Maybe even put a couple subtle hints of like yellow in here. And lift this up so I can get underneath here. There's going to be some great reds happening. Don't want it to be wet or dry brushed. Maybe a little of both. Chisel out that belt a little more. So sort of just this background moving sort of stuff. Could do some more great reds in here. I need to get underneath here with my brush. There we go. If it's too low, it hits the palette and I can't do this. Keeping all that great scratchy texture. You don't always have to brush it on like a brush, like all nice and pretty. You can do whatever you want. And I can soften that later if I want to. This needs to come in a little bit. Okay. All right, let's take a picture of this. Since I've done his silhouette and I'm starting to work on this background glowy stuff happening. Oh, see, now that I've done his silhouette, I'm getting this reflection off the lights behind me because it's all shiny and wet now. I gotta just hold up a piece. I got this black fabric. There we go. I always keep a nice big hunk of black fabric like this. In any fabric store you can get them, but they're so handy. You can use it as a thing to block the light with. You can use it as a drop cloth. You can use it as a costume. I've used it to like pose as different things, or you know, drapery. Like, it's nice to have that kind of stuff around. Where was I? Red background. I will need a couple of these smaller guys. Okay, gets a little more blue as it gets further away. A little lighter. That's a little too blue. A lot of this background's done for me already. So I did it yesterday. Just kind of finishing it off, you know. That's her arm. Okay, here's finally the color that's supposed to be back here is this color. This is where I can use this guy. So this is where her arm is really going to sink back into the background. Maybe it's a little too much. I need an underplane there. I can take this a little bit. Do a little bit of an underplane there, just so it doesn't disappear entirely. And then I can soften that as I want. A little fan brush. Do a couple little gestures, and there we go. So now it's really pushed back there. I want to cover this all up. I like it. I do need to fix this though. And here's where it starts to get darker anyway. Sometimes you just gotta switch hands so you get a better angle. Maybe this carves in just a little bit more. Okay. Now let's back this up because I keep moving. It's hard to negotiate painting and making sure the camera is pointing at the painting and make sure I'm not getting in front of the camera. A lot going on here. So I'm gonna move this way back. So that if I move this up and down a little bit, it won't affect this too much. Okay, this is going to start to get darker. Whereas I'm going to do a little more medium. But it's not nearly as dark as anything else here. It's kind of a darkish, you know, almost a purpley something. Yes, here's going to go up a little higher. So I can scratch this in as I wish. As you wish. Inconceivable. Why do you keep using that word? I do not think it means what you think it means. Inconceivable. No more rhymes, I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? Just watched that movie a couple months ago. That was still holds up. Still amazing. dry brushing a lot of this stuff in here. It's tough. We're going to see this. This lightsaber is going to glow quite a bit. So I don't want to push that down too far. Take that in a little bit more. Yeah, now this arm sort of appears out of this fog and is sharp right at the front, so we can really see it. That really helps push the elbow back and the fist forward. I can keep that going over here. Keep it going. I see there's some blue and purple poking through here. I don't want to lose all that. I like it. I can move this down now. And this is just, you know, they're not in an environment. They're not in a throne room or something. They're just sort of in this abstract color thing. Since this is more of a conceptual standoff anyway, I don't need to actually paint an environment. That might be a little too much. All right, I definitely need to make sure that the horns are very visible. One of the defining features of this silhouette. I think it's one of the reasons why we know who it is. If this were anybody else, this would be really tough to define just with a silhouette like this. Okay, here I can carve this out a little better. There's two horns right there. And this little horn back here that's like wrapping around the back side of the head. I love, look up like concepting for this, for Phantom Menace. And George Lucas asked one of his designers, okay, for Darth Maul, just design me your worst nightmare. And some of the stuff the guy came up with was like truly terrifying. Way too much for this movie. I'm sure you could find pictures of them online. They're pretty awesome. And so Lucas is like, okay, maybe your second worst nightmare. And that's where Maul came from. Don't want to interrupt that too much. I do need to now fix that. Whoa, where did that super dark come from? That is not the color I wanted at all. Ugh. It's okay. Oil paint can always be wiped off. I don't want the contours of those brush strokes to be the swoopy shape either. Don't want it to match too much. Put this down so I can come in here. So I can cover up. I did some grid marks on there so I could see where I was going. Those are super easy to cover up now. If I had actually drawn lines across the whole painting as a grid, oh, that'd be so hard to cover up. It's a very, very useful thing just to do some grid dots. And there's a little bit of this fun purple still sticking through, which is great. If you watched this yesterday, the initial colors of this were green and purple. You wouldn't know that now, but they do show through. There's some greens poking through here and here. There's purples around the edges. It's real subtle and it's real effective. Okay, that looks so much better. Now that I sort of smoothed out that background gradient thing here. I do need to indicate her arm a little bit. It is sort of just absent in a strange way. So I can just do this. Maybe I can even hit it with a little bit of pink. Deltoid ridge muscles there. So yeah, now it's there low. That's better. All I need is just a little bit of that edge. Edge contour on both sides. That's all I need to poke some paint in there. Just tap it in. Tap a tap tap-a-roo. Oh, I unplugged my phone. Haha. Where are we in the Cafe Coruscant? There's some like funny little pop song that was apparently in Clone Wars. Background music for a cafe, whatever. Okay, let's stop and look. You always gotta stop and look. You can't just paint mindlessly forever. You'll kill the whole thing. What do I still need? I still need I need to do her lightsabers, his lightsaber, and then just some general glowy stuff. This one's getting close to being done. Was it 4:30? Oh. People say that I paint really fast, but to me this is like I'm agonizing over every detail. This does not feel fast at all to me. I'm just like, ooh, this is tiring and hard work. Sometimes I'm like self-conscious and I go, I hope I'm going fast enough so people won't get bored watching me. But then I have to not care because then I can't paint right if I'm worried about that too much. It's really hard. Yeah, I could add some more heavy, bright orange, pink to Darth, Mr. Maul. Excuse me, Mr. Maul. I'm noticing a weird color problem. Up here, there's a little bit of white in this horn, and it's making it do a funny overlap or something. Okay. Let's do his lightsaber. Gotta clear myself some room. See, that makes me some nice, bright, juicy pink. my moderator sent me something. I should check. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Samir, you're watching right now on Twitch. So cool. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for the kind words. So thank you, Samir. Thanks for watching. Hope you and your family are enjoying this. This could be covered a little more better. A little more better. Okay, this brush could do it. Let's get rid of this. This is history. Okay, I need some light pink. Really intense though. Mostly cad red. Gotta be careful if it's too powerful. I don't want it to come forward too much. Red comes forward and blue recedes. So this painting is going the opposite of what you probably should do in most of these circumstances. I'll put a little bit of orange in this too. And a little bit of medium, just to thin it out a little bit. A little too yellow. Yeah, this is a tough one. How does that look? It's going to look a little too jagged. I don't want it too jagged. I want it glowing, but not like it's electricity or something. It's got to be a lightsaber. And it has to line up. So many restrictions. Right up next to her shoulder might glow over onto her a little bit. Painting is hard work. It's hard on your brain, it's hard on your body. Takes a lifetime of study. I feel like I'm never done learning. Always studying stuff. At night, right now I'm reading a book about wrinkles and drapery, so I can properly do better looking wrinkles and drapery on my characters. Never done learning. When you get to a certain place, then you start teaching so that you can learn even more. And you can help other people who are trying to figure this stuff out too. It's one thing I've always wanted to do more of, and never really had time, is do more teaching. Let's see, there's a little glow from that. Here's a little glow from this. This is going to be a blurry, so to speak. Gotta fill in some of this. A couple cracks there that didn't get painted. soften that edge a little bit so it's not as sharp and brushy. Where's my dark? I can push this in a little. Bill, how's it going? Old Line Garrison saying hello. Oh, we did an opposite companion piece, him in front and her silhouette in back. Oh, that could be fun. It's kind of a cool idea. If I do it, you get a nickel for every one I sell. Hey, Luke, how's it going, man? Oh, no, the animated stuff is actually much better than the prequel stuff. It's very well thought out. The stories are very good. They do tie in very closely to the prequels, but in a cool way. They fill in some plot holes. They give a lot of cool backstory about characters. No, they're really well done. I haven't seen all of them. There's a lot to catch up on. There's mainly Rebels and Clone Wars. Clone Wars takes place after Episode 2, and Rebels takes place after Episode 3, before Rogue One. And then there's Battlefront, if you're into the video games. There's more story there, too. I've not played those, but I'm aware of them. You'll be rich! Possibly. As far as my next piece goes, I'll consider it. I've got a list a mile long for paintings that I need to do, so sometimes I do one title just to cover that base. I'm like, okay, that base is covered, I have to move on now. Like, okay, now I've done a piece from Clone Wars. Now I can do I have so many titles I have to cover. And that's not just for Star Wars, it's for everything. Don't forget I also paint Marvel and Harry Potter and Alice in Wonderland, and dabble a little in Lord of the Rings, and done a bunch of Game of Thrones and some DC. You know, and all of these got a whole universe of stuff that I could paint. So it's like, well, how do I pick? Okay, and I'm not just gabbing, I am actually looking to what I need to do. Little tiny things here and there. Your ideas get dibs. Oh, do they? Keep that in mind. Okay, now I'm going to do her lightsaber. And again, I need to clear me some space. I need some super bright white and green stuff here. Oops. Do I have a brush for this purpose? Nope. I need to clean one then. First time I'm cleaning a brush this whole painting. I have so many brushes of the same size, and I can use multiple ones, and I don't really need to clean them too often. Maybe wipe them off here and there, but not like actually clean in mineral spirits. And let's do, this is going to be my next lighter green. So let's clean this one as well. me some clean paper towel space. Let's reinforce that straight line, because here is where I really don't want to have to change it. It's okay to use a ruler. You're allowed to use tools. This is going to be the thicker beam because it's closer to us. You know, I just got a random craving for? It's Mexican food. I have no idea where that came from, but I'm like, ooh, I haven't had tacos in a long time. Totally just weird, right? We got some chicken in the fridge, and we got some tortillas. Maybe I can find some refried beans and some salsa and make me some tacos. Ooh, I just got really excited about dinner. It is Taco Monday. Close enough. Sometimes you just get a hankering. You know how that goes. I miss some of my favorite restaurants are closed. It's great. Oh, I'm so sad. This great restaurant in Denver is closing. Apparently, the owners were older. The place has been open for like 37 years, and they were like, they're kind of using this as an excuse to just retire, which sucks because it's an awesome restaurant. It's called The Market. If you've ever been to Denver, it's downtown on Larimer Square. And it's kind of like a deli style where you can go pick, plate. You can pick, I want a little bit of that salad and a little bit of that stuff and that, meat dish and that thing. And they sort of just put it all together for you and make a plate. So good. But they're closing. And they're not reopening. I'm like, oh, really? And they got a great cappuccino coffee bar in the place too. Cool place to hang out. Plenty of seating. It's right next to some of my favorite bars to go hang out in. Next to the Crimson Room, next to the Green Russell. All these great places in Denver. So it's a really convenient place to go and have dinner with some friends and go do something afterward, but they're closing. And they have an outside patio. You can sit outside on a nice warm summer night and like people watch. It's a big space though. I hope they turn it into some kind of cool restaurant or something. Okay, here's the rear lightsaber. Okay. Now let's do some. Got hair in there. Let's clean this off. You gotta keep your piles of paint clean, because as soon as there's other colors get mixed in there, you don't maybe see it, and it contaminates your mixture you're trying to make. Trying to make a nice clean bright green, and it is red mixed in there, and it's going to be all muddy. Yeah, this phthalo green is about as hot of a bluish green as you can get. you want a light blue, you actually go for some light, super light green. Let's make a little more of that. Here's where my thickest paint is the super bright opaque lights. And I can smooth these out later. All the way to the edge. Boom. It's a little choppy. I can smooth that out easy enough. Come back here with the white in the middle and almost soften these edges with more paint. Okay, and here I can take this and do the same thing on the outside here. And it's got little pieces that sort of float around, that's all right. Clean that off. Clean that off again. Here, there's some dark color here, so I don't want to put that into my light area. Gotta do one at a time. Old Lion Garrison, oh, you guys were at our Baltimore show. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming. You guys really help make our shows amazing. It turns it into from just like an art show to like a cool event, you know. So we definitely appreciate that. Okay, blazing lightsaber. Let's look at this again. A little bit of a hard edge over here. Now I could use a darker green for some of this part down here. Much darker green. Maybe a little more blue now, actually. Let's see, any comments? Oh, nice, okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure I don't miss any. They're sending me comments because I'm not seeing them on Twitch for some reason. So here's where I can show a little bit of that blue color instead of it being green. And it's a nice transitional color from that green to the dark. Okay, there's one lightsaber sort of done, I guess. Here's this one. Let's do this green. There's not really much green here yet. I gotta do that right now. Oops, I picked up some yellow, orange or something in there. This one's a little thinner because it's a little further away. Yeah, I want tacos for dinner. You can make some chicken tacos. I roasted a whole chicken the other day, so we got one of those in the fridge. And I think we got tons of tortillas too, actually. Okay, I can blend this a little bit now. Now I can sort of use my blue here. Soften this a bit. There's lightsaber numero dos. Oh. Yeah, cool, Bill. We'll look forward to seeing you guys again next time we're in Baltimore. Which, hopefully we can start touring again soon. Where's my old orange? Good old orange. It's a little more, a little darker, a little more purple. Now I lost my green transitional color. There we go. A little more here as it clefts down into this handle. Now it's like this blazing thing. That's pretty cool. I can do this blue, but a little lighter here. Okay, cool. And I can go back right in the center and hit whatever I lost. making sure this is literally just white, white, white. That's what lightsabers really are, is they're white with the glow of a color around them. Losing my shape a little bit there. All right, let's look at that. All right, Luke. Yeah, cool. I appreciate you like that contrast. I did that on purpose to really bring her forward and push him back a little bit. Because blue recedes and red comes forward. Thanks, man. But yeah, technically, you have to do that kind of stuff to make the painting separate properly. It's an illusion on a flat surface to look three-dimensional, so, you know. Just stretching her out a bit. Just got a couple more touch-ups I can do right now. Gonna add some glowy, splattery stuff here and there. This is some real subtle things. But they're really helpful. Okay. Yeah, this is literally an optical illusion. I'm making something look three-dimensional on a flat two-dimensional surface. So I've got to pull out all these fun little tricks and tools to help me do that. Using light and dark values, using color, using hard and soft edges, and contrast, and and foreshortening, and overlap, and all kinds of stuff. Those are all things that happen at once. It's this whole array of techniques done all at the same time. And just the right way to make it look three-dimensional. Okay. Here's the high-tech, heavy-duty gear to get some stuff. Glowy splatters is the secret technique. Let's start with some blue greenish here. Mm-hmm. Those I don't like, I can sort of stamp out. Actually make this a little darker out here on the edges. So here it needs to be lighter. It's got a lighter background. Same thing up here. Some glowiness around her hand. Getting some of that on her face. Get that glow happening. You guys probably can't see this. It's too subtle, but it's really quite effective. I'm going to do some around the edges here. Do a little bit of sort of a pink, pinkish blue for some of these shadow parts, I think. This is how I can add color without affecting the brushwork I've done. Maybe, yeah, we can add a little more sort of pink, just to variations and some colors here. Pink in there. Subtle little color changes. Here's some red. Make this glow a little more. If I make this a little lighter. I can bring this over her shoulder a little bit. And over her head. You can almost make the light pass around her a little more. Make that come up her arms a little bit, on this arm a little bit. You can take a brush. Maybe I can do this. A couple little smushes. Soften some of those edges that don't need to be so clean. Alright, now I also want to do some fun little sparky guys. Here and there. No reason, just debris you know. Maybe we don't see any on this leg, but we see a few here. I could push that leg back further again. Maybe a little much down here. Don't need all those necessarily. Let's come in here with some fun orange. Spice a couple of these up a little bit. Touch more mineral spirits. Hit it a little harder, so that'll eat through the paint a tiny little bit. See, glowy splattery in this. It is the secret. When I do this, I can see little mist of paint come off of it if I look like at an angle. So I'm like, ooh, I'm probably breathing that in. So that's why I'm like, I should probably wear a respirator when I'm doing this. Just because I can see it. Give it a few minutes to settle or dissipate or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to breathe in cadmium or, you know, bromium or copper phthalocyanine, you know. None of that stuff. My career would be cut real short. Couple little sparks. It was fun. Smush some of those around. Get a little more paint on that. That's also a super great way to help push this hand forward. To soften this edge like this. Then come back here and clean this up. That will push that hand right forward. Alright, I think this one's about done for now. Usually what I do is leave it for a couple days and, you know, play with it later. Or, you know, it might be done. I don't need to maybe do anything to it. I don't know yet. Poke around on it. But I need to sleep on it, though, you know. And sometimes I got to come back and hit these lights really light again. Once the paint dries, that's when it gets as light as it possibly can get. It's pretty good now, but I can get it better after it's dried for a couple days. Okay. Alright, I think that'll about do this one today. Definitely go online. You can buy prints of this one at ChristopherClarkArt.com. The original is sold, so that one's done. Congratulations to Alyssa, who bought this one. Right. Yeah, this one will be available prints on ChristopherClarkArt.com, which incidentally is my social media, Facebook and Instagram and stuff, Christopher Clark Art. So please follow me on there. Follow us on whatever video streaming you're watching, because I'm going to be streaming again on Wednesday. Pretty much any painting I do now, I'm streaming it because we have to just do this. That's what we have to do. I can answer some questions now. Now that I'm sort of done doing this, I can focus and answer questions if you guys have any. So go ahead and type them in the chat. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and still type it, and I'll Nick will text me a question. Since for some reason I'm not getting the Twitch messages here, but still type one in there, and Nick will get it to me while I'm cleaning up the old paint here. So yeah, please tune in on Wednesday. I might be doing a little earlier Wednesday morning because of the timing we have to do with the social media that we're doing. But I'll be doing 2 pieces. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm doing these 2. Doing an Italy and a Milan. And France. So this is Annecy, France. It's this beautiful town with a river going through it. It's awesome. And then this one is Milan, this cute little trolley that they have where people get on and off for work and stuff in the morning. So doing those 2 pieces, smaller ones, so I can do 2 of them in a day, because I'm doing a show with Abend Gallery in June. The next fine art painting track. That's what I just, yeah. Yeah, with Abend Gallery. That's their website is ABEND Gallery, abendgallery.com. And I'm one of the artists there, but I'm doing a solo show online with them next month in June, yeah. And it's going to be all smaller pieces. So they'll be all super affordable and all fun stuff like that, like Italy scenes, you know, San Francisco, mostly like travel-y sort of cityscape, landscape stuff. Here's a couple. Here's a piece I did a while ago. This is a San Francisco piece. This is actually, I took a photo when I was in San Francisco for the show. Painted this one. This one will be for sale on there. Did this one the other day. This is Barcelona. So a lot of small ones like this. So really affordable. For those of you collectors out there. So yeah, please follow me on social media, and I'll be letting you know when that show is up and running, and I'll be painting more pieces for that show. He has a bunch of my smaller work already, but he wanted. This is Dave, the art director there. He wanted a few new ones, so I'm gonna give him like 6 more or so. Oh, Shannon, what is the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? African or European? I'm waiting. I don't know that. Okay, putting away the old paint. Got my trusty paint container thing that I use, that I made to save me some paint. But yeah, any other questions you guys have, please let me know. You have until I put away my paints and wash my brushes, and then I'm out of here. Gonna go have me some tacos. I'm excited. I got it. Are you kidding? I mean, that movie was a little before my time, but not much. I grew up with that movie for sure. I don't know if you guys have ever seen some of the other, you know, Monty Python. Of course, their signature piece is the Holy Grail, but you know, Life of Brian is brilliant. Meaning of Life, that's probably an even lesser known one. That one's a freaking riot. Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. If you haven't seen that one, you need to watch it. It's amazing. It's really, really, really clever and really creative, and offensive and crude and all that kind of thing that it's supposed to be, but very, very clever. And you know, weird as shit. So I should check and see if there's any questions on the Twitch side, since I am not getting those. Why isn't that automatically scrolling down? New message. Haha, let's get a taco. Reservoir Dogs. There's a wild movie. That's old school. That's what, late 90s? Geez, that movie like 25 years old already? Man. I remember seeing Pulp Fiction in the theater. That was a pretty wild one. I think that was like the first date I ever took a girl on. Was we were with some friends, and I invited this girl in high school that I liked, and it was the first time I ever like held someone's hand in a movie theater. I was sweating bullets, man. But that was a pretty awesome movie. Love Tarantino. I love the Kill Bill series. You know, the duo. Wonder if they're ever gonna make a third. Certainly left it open. I'm excited they're making a 4th Matrix movie. We stumbled across that one in San Francisco. They were filming there. They have a code name like the Ice Cream Truck Man or something like that, you know, for the film equipment and stuff. But we looked it up online, like, oh yeah, that's the Matrix. It was pretty spectacular seeing some of that stuff being filmed. one thing, we were walking back from the show late at night and saw one of the roads was closed. We were walking down to get back to the hotel. And you could look down the street where it was closed off, and there was like a motorcycle with a dude in a long black trench coat standing next to it with his lights and all this fog, and it looked so badass. I don't know if it was Keanu or not. We couldn't see. He was too far away, but it looked really cool. Like, wow, that's exciting. So can't wait to see where they go with that, considering Neo and Trinity died. Somehow they're back in the movie. Don't know how that works. But maybe there's time travel. I don't know. That's how they do everything these days. Easy, quick fix. Someone's dead, time travel. Or maybe they're flashbacks or something. I don't know. Nice romantic movie, Pulp Fiction. I know, right? Okay. Matrix Inception, right? Come on, clean. I was reading some article online the other day about how their scientists are trying to prove if we are possibly in some kind of computer simulation right now. And it was kind of funny. I think they were saying like certain things, you know, the way physics works is a little too organized and mathematical. That it, you know, it seems like it's part of a program of some kind, as like what we might program something. There were some interesting points they made, and some other people, of course, are just like, no, you're stupid. That's ridiculous. There's no way to prove it either way, but that would be interesting, right? What does that mean if we're all in a computer simulation? I mean, that's what they say, like, as soon as we have the ability to simulate reality, then we are probably already in one. And there's no way we'd ever know. As soon as they make fully immersive Matrix or Black Mirror style virtual reality, then we are probably in one right now. How are we to know when we're actually out of that one and back in the real world? If they make the real world convincing enough, you know, who knows? Why isn't this automatically scrolling down? It could be a simulation in a simulation, right? How many levels deep does it go? We'll never know. How many licks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie Pop? Maybe if they make enough simulations, they can find that one out. So, okay, I think if that's it for the questions, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Please follow us here, whatever platform you're watching on. You can follow my social media also. I'll be sending out heads ups whenever I'm about to stream. It's just Facebook or Instagram. It's Christopher Clark Art. You can buy this piece and other pieces at ChristopherClarkArt.com. Hi there, Elsie. Thanks for tuning in. You're just getting to the last bit of it. I just finished. I've been painting since, 5.5 hours ago. And I did the underpainting yesterday. Well, thanks, Alyssa. Thanks for watching, and congratulations on buying this original. That's exciting. we'll let it dry for a bit and ship it out to you at some point. So that's okay, Elsie. So just follow us, and I'm actually gonna stream again on Wednesday. I'm doing a couple in Italy and a France landscape, cityscape. So different speed than this, but still really fun. Since I do all kinds of different subjects, you can still watch some fun oil painting, and you can watch 2 paintings come to life in one afternoon. So they're smaller, so I can just do them in a couple hours each. So it's satisfying when you can watch a painting go from start to finish in one go, and then watch another one in the same day. So yeah, follow us here or whatever you're watching, or Facebook and Instagram, Christopher Clark Art. So simultaneously, yeah, one brush in each hand, doing completely different paintings. I don't know what that means that I can do that. So, well, cool. I'll see you guys then. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Christopher Clark, and we'll see you guys next time.